Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. Every morning, my day began with the comforting click of the front door lock. It was a ritual ingrained in my routine, the metal mechanism turning smoothly to signal the start of another predictable day. The sound was always the same, a simple, solid click as the lock caught, echoed by the gentle creak of the door sealing shut. Soft morning light would filter through the frosted window, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee would accompany the rhythmic tapping of my shoes on the tiled floor. I cherished the familiarity, the serenity these moments offered before the world demanded my attention. Today, as I twisted the key with practiced ease, expecting the customary click, I was met with an unexpected pause, an extra, almost tentative click. It was as if the lock hesitated, or perhaps indulged in a momentary second thought. An unfamiliar quietness blanketed the room, the echo of that anomaly lingering, unsettling in its uncertainty. The coffee seemed colder now, the air subtly intrusive, as if watched by an unseen presence. My palm rested on the doorknob, feeling the lingering vibrations of that extraneous click, a harbinger of something I couldn't yet place. I found myself standing at the window longer than usual, watching the apartment across the courtyard. The building mirrored mine perfectly, each window a reflection of my own architectural cage. But there was something about the third floor window that held my attention. Behind the gauze curtains, a figure moved with mechanical precision. The same movements, repeated in the same sequence. 3 steps to the left, pause. 3 steps to the right, pause. The rhythm was hypnotic, almost soothing in its predictability. The figure never varied its pattern. I began to count the repetitions, finding myself drawn to the window each morning, coffee growing cold in my hands. 27 cycles, then the figure would disappear for exactly the length of my own breakfast routine. When I returned, the dance would resume. The movements were too deliberate to be natural, too precise to be random wandering. I started adjusting my own routine to observe more closely. I would arrive at the window earlier, linger longer. The curtains were thin enough that I could make out the outline of a person, but the details remained frustratingly obscured. Gender, age, purpose, all hidden behind that translucent barrier. Yet something about the posture seemed familiar, as if I was watching a distant relative perform a ritual I had once known. The silence in my apartment had changed. It no longer felt empty, but expectant, as though the walls themselves were listening. The air had weight now, pressing against my skin like velvet. I found myself moving more quietly, conscious of disturbing whatever presence had settled into my space. My footsteps on the tile sounded different, muffled despite the hard surface. One morning, I noticed the figure had paused mid-cycle. Instead of 3 steps to the right, it had stopped after 2 and turned toward the window, toward me. The curtains made it impossible to see clearly, but the posture suggested observation. I stepped back from my own window, heart hammering against my ribs. When I looked again, the figure had resumed its pattern as if nothing had changed. I began keeping a journal of the observations. The movements never varied 3 left, pause, 3 right, pause, but the pauses grew longer. What had once been brief hesitations stretched into full stops, the figure standing motionless for spans that made my skin crawl. During these extended pauses, the silence in my apartment became absolute. No hum from the refrigerator, no distant traffic, no settling of the building. Just the weight of observation pressing down like a physical thing. The curtains across the courtyard began to seem less like fabric and more like skin. Pale, translucent skin stretched over something that wanted to be seen, but couldn't quite manage the transition. The figure behind them moved with increasing fluidity, the mechanical precision giving way to something more organic, more alive. The 3-step pattern remained, but now it flowed like water, like breathing, like a heartbeat made visible. I realized I had begun to mirror the movements. Standing at my window, I would unconsciously sway 3 steps left, pause, 3 steps right, pause. My body had absorbed the rhythm without my permission. When I forced myself to stand still, my muscles twitched with the need to continue the dance. The pattern had infected me, become part of my cellular structure. The reflection in my window showed someone I didn't quite recognize. The same face, the same body, but the posture had changed. My shoulders held themselves differently. My head tilted at an angle that felt foreign yet comfortable. When I moved away from the window, I caught glimpses of myself in mirrors and glass surfaces, each reflection showing subtle variations. Sometimes my eyes seemed darker. Sometimes my smile appeared before I was aware of smiling. The figure across the courtyard had stopped moving entirely. It simply stood at the window, a motionless silhouette behind curtains that no longer seemed to hang properly. They clung to the form like wet cloth, outlining details that shouldn't have been visible through fabric. I could see the suggestion of fingers pressed against the glass, the outline of a face turned in my direction. But when I blinked, the details would shift, rearrange themselves into new configurations. My apartment felt smaller now, the walls closer together than they had been. The window seemed farther away when I approached it, requiring more steps to reach than the room should have contained. The distance stretched and contracted like breathing, like the space itself was alive. My footsteps echoed differently depending on which direction I walked, sometimes sharp against the tile, sometimes muffled as if I were walking on carpet that wasn't there. The silence had texture now. It felt rough against my skin, then smooth, then rough again. I could run my fingers through it like water, feel it part, and flow around my hands. Sometimes it buzzed with almost sound, vibrations that existed just below the threshold of hearing. Other times it pressed against my eardrums like cotton, muffling even my own heartbeat. I found myself standing at the window without remembering the decision to move there. The figure across the courtyard was clearer now, the curtains having dissolved or been pulled aside. But instead of revealing details, the clarity only deepened the mystery. The figure was simultaneously familiar and impossible, like looking at a photograph of yourself taken from an angle that shouldn't exist. The 3-step pattern had evolved. Now it was 5 steps, then 7, then numbers that didn't correspond to any counting system I understood. My body followed along, moving in ways that felt natural despite being geometrically impossible. I was dancing a dance I had never learned, speaking a language I had never heard, becoming something I had never been. The courtyard between the buildings had disappeared, or perhaps it had never existed. The window across from mine was now directly adjacent, close enough that I could see my own reflection in its glass. But the reflection showed the figure I had been watching, performing the movements I had been copying. The observer and the observed had become indistinguishable, locked in a feedback loop that spiraled inward towards something that had no center. My hands pressed against the window glass, leaving prints that matched the ones I could see on the other side. The barrier between inside and outside had become meaningless, a suggestion rather than a boundary. I could feel the texture of the curtains that weren't there, smell the coffee that had stopped brewing, hear the click of a lock that no longer existed. The figure in the window moves with my movements now. We are synchronized perfectly, mirror images, performing the same ritual in spaces that occupy the same location. The dance continues, has always continued, will always continue. The observer has been absorbed into the pattern, become part of the mechanism that drives the repetition. I watch myself watching myself, an infinite regression of observation that has no beginning and no end. The morning light filters through glass that reflects nothing. The coffee grows cold in hands that belong to someone who was never really there. The click of the lock echoes through apartments that exist in the same space, separated by nothing more than the thickness of a curtain that has become skin. The dance goes on. 3 steps, then 5, then 7, then numbers that exist only in the space between observer and observed. I am the figure in the window now, and the figure in the window is me. And there is no difference between watching and being watched, between the one who observes and the thing that is observed. The silence has weight and texture and presence. It moves through the space like breath, like blood, like the rhythm that drives the endless dance. I am part of it now, absorbed into the pattern that exists behind every window, in every reflection, in every moment of observation that becomes something more than observation. The morning begins with the click of a lock that opens onto nothing, and the dance continues. And I am both the dancer and the one who watches the dance, forever and always, in the space between windows that face each other across a distance that no longer exists. Story 2. The ritual of pages. Every evening, just as the day tipped into dusk, I settled into my ritual. The worn armchair by the window, a familiar embrace, awaited my return. My tasks completed, I reached for the book resting on the small oak table beside me. Its leather cover, smooth and cool, greeted my fingertips. With a silent reverence, I would open to the last place I had left. The soft rustle of paper, the only sound in the room. Each page turned with the same anticipation, my eyes scanning the words in a practiced rhythm. Once night fully claimed the sky, I could feel the gentle weight of sleep tugging at the edges of my consciousness. It was then, as always, that I would close the book, the soft thud a signal of closure to the ritual. But tonight, as the cover met the pages, the familiar sound echoed differently, somehow incomplete. Puzzled, I opened it again, only to find the bookmark misplaced, embedded deeper than it should have been. A chill whispered through the room, as if some unseen presence lingered over my shoulder, waiting. I remember a room, or perhaps I imagine it. The walls breathe with a rhythm not quite my own, expanding and contracting like lungs filled with secrets. There's a gesture here, my hand reaching for something that isn't there, fingers grasping at air that feels thick as honey. The sensation clings to my skin, sweet and suffocating. The bookmark shouldn't be there. Page 47. I never read past page 32. The leather feels different now, warmer, as if it has been sitting in sunlight that never touched this corner of the room. My fingertips trace the edges, and I swear I feel a pulse beneath the binding. The radio sits silent on the shelf, its cord unplugged and coiled like a sleeping snake. Yet, I hear my name called from within its speakers, a voice that sounds like mine, but pitched lower, older. The sound makes my teeth ache. I approach the device, my bare feet silent against the wooden floor that has somehow grown warm, flesh warm, responding to my weight with the slightest give. I write in my journal to remember. The pen moves across paper with a scratching that sounds too loud in the quiet room. The bookmark moved, I write, but when I look again, the words have shifted. The bookmark moves, it says now, present tense, as if the action continues even as I read. The window reflects nothing. Not my face, not the room behind me, just an endless dark that seems to extend beyond the glass into spaces that shouldn't exist. I press my palm against the surface and feel it yield slightly, like touching the membrane of some vast, sleeping thing. The chill travels up my arm and settles in my chest, a cold weight that makes breathing deliberate. There's a note on the table I don't remember writing. You are reading this, it says in handwriting that looks almost like mine, but the loops are different, tighter, more controlled. I blink and look again. You were reading this. It now reads, past tense, as if the moment has already passed, as if I am already gone. The book opens itself when I'm not looking. I catch it in my peripheral vision, pages fluttering, as if stirred by a breeze that doesn't exist in this sealed room. The words on the pages shift and swim, letters rearranging themselves into patterns that hurt to focus on. I try to read, but the sentences fold in on themselves, meaning collapsing into meaninglessness. Something breathes with me, matching my rhythm exactly. When I hold my breath, the silence stretches too long, as if the room itself has stopped. When I exhale, I hear the echo of another breath, slightly delayed, slightly deeper. The sound comes from everywhere and nowhere, from the walls, from the floor, from inside my own chest. I find myself in the hallway. I don't remember leaving the chair, don't remember walking, but here I am, surrounded by walls that seem to lean inward, creating a perspective that makes no architectural sense. The floorboards creak under my weight, but the sound comes from behind me, as if someone follows my exact footsteps with perfect precision. The hallway stretches longer than it should. I count my steps, 23 to reach the door at the end. But when I turn around, the chair sits only 5 steps away, impossibly close, as if the distance between has folded in on itself. The book lies open on the table, its pages blank except for a single line in that handwriting that is almost mine. You are walking in circles. I return to the chair. I have always been in the chair. The transition feels seamless and jarring, like waking from a dream I was never asleep for. My hand rests on the book, and I can feel words moving beneath my palm, letters shifting like insects under the pages. The sensation makes my skin crawl, but I cannot lift my hand. The room breathes around me. The walls expand and contract with a rhythm that is not quite my heartbeat, not quite my breathing, but something in between. The air grows thick, viscous, carrying scents that trigger flashes of memory that aren't mine. Lavender and copper, dust and rain, the smell of old paper burning. I write to anchor myself. The pen scratches against paper, and each mark feels like carving into stone. The room is changing, I write, but the words appear before I finish them, as if someone else guides the pen. The room has changed, it says. The room will change. Tense becomes meaningless when everything happens at once, when past and future collapse into an eternal, shifting present. The bookmark appears on different pages each time I look. Page 12, page 61, page -3, which shouldn't exist, but does. The numbers counting backward into impossibility. The words on these pages tell a story I don't remember reading, about someone who sits in a chair and reads a book that reads them back. The mirror in the hallway shows my reflection, but it lags behind my movements by the space of a breath. I raise my hand, and a moment later, my reflection follows. I smile, and and my reflected self smiles back with an expression that doesn't quite match, as if it remembers how to smile differently than I do. The eyes in the mirror hold knowledge that my eyes don't possess, secrets accumulated in the delay between action and reflection. I am in the chair again. The transition happens without movement, without awareness, like editing in a film where scenes cut together without logic. The book lies open to a page that shows the room I sit in, described in perfect detail down to the way the light falls across the worn fabric of the armchair, down to the way my hand rests on the page that describes my hand resting on the page. The radio speaks when I'm not listening. I catch fragments of conversation, words that might be instructions or might be memories. Turn to page, it says, but the number dissolves before I can grasp it. Remember when, but the memory it references belongs to someone else, someone who lived in this room before me, or after me, or alongside me in a space that exists between moments. My handwriting fills the journal, but I don't remember writing most of it. The words describe experiences I haven't had, thoughts I haven't thought, fears that feel foreign yet familiar. The presence grows stronger, one entry reads. It wears my face now, speaks with my voice. I can no longer tell which thoughts are mine. The floor pulses beneath my feet, a heartbeat that travels through wood and bone, syncing with my own rhythm, until I can't distinguish between the building's pulse and my own. The walls lean closer, not physically, but in some other way, pressing against the edges of my consciousness with a weight that has nothing to do with matter. I turn pages that turn themselves. The story changes each time I read it, details shifting like sand, characters becoming other characters, becoming me, becoming no one. The protagonist sits in a chair and reads a book about sitting in a chair and reading a book. An infinite regression of observation and experience that spirals inward toward a center that might be madness or might be truth. The bookmark moves while I watch it now, sliding between pages like a living thing. It marks passages that rewrite themselves, words that breathe and shift and whisper secrets in a language I almost understand. The leather binding grows warm under my touch, and I feel a pulse that might be a heartbeat, might be the rhythm of words being born and dying on the pages. In the mirror, my reflection writes in a journal while I read. We move independently now, no longer bound by the rules of physics or causation. I watch myself write words I cannot see. Watch my reflected hand move with purpose, while my real hand remains still on the book that has become an extension of my flesh. The room repeats. I am in the chair. I have always been in the chair. I will always be in the chair. But each repetition brings subtle changes. The window shows different darkness. The radio speaks in voices that grow more familiar. The book contains pages that describe my reading of pages that describe my reading. An infinite loop of observation and experience. The presence reveals itself not through appearance, but through absence, through the spaces between thoughts where something else thinks, through the pauses between breaths where something else breathes. I am not alone in my mind anymore. I am not alone in my body. I am not alone in this story that tells itself through me. I write the final words in handwriting that has become completely other, completely mine. The pen moves with certainty I don't possess, forming letters in a script that looks like mine, but carries intentions that aren't mine. The ritual completes itself. I write, but I am no longer the one writing. The next reader arrives, the words continue, and I understand with crystalline clarity that I am both reader and read, both observer and observed. The book closes with a sound like breathing stopping. The bookmark rests on a page that doesn't exist yet, waiting for tomorrow's ritual, for tomorrow's reader, for tomorrow's mind to inhabit and reshape and ultimately replace. The chair waits, patient and hungry, for the next consciousness to settle into its worn embrace. I am no longer here. I am no longer anywhere. But the room remains, and the book remains, and the ritual continues, eternal and patient and perfectly, terrifyingly complete. Story 3. The reflection. The mirror always hung patiently on the bathroom wall, reflecting my daily routines with steadfast clarity. But today, as I approached, a soft chill radiated from its surface, an unexpected cascade of cold against the warmth of the room. It was subtle, like a whisper of winter, interwoven with humid air. I reached out, fingertips grazing the smooth glass, expecting the comforting, polished coolness. But this was different. The chill deepened with my touch, extending into the room, creating a boundary between the tangible and the inexplicable. As I leaned closer, the familiar reflection seemed to shimmer, the ordinary lines of my face slightly blurred, as if the mirror were attempting to cloak something just out of sight. The room grew still, the soft creak of floorboards underfoot the only sound. and I couldn't shake the sensation that the glass might be holding on to more than just my image. I pulled my hand back, watching my reflection settle into its usual sharpness. The temperature normalized, leaving only the memory of that peculiar cold. Perhaps it was nothing more than a draft from the ventilation system, though I couldn't recall ever feeling such a localized chill before. The mirror had been installed when I moved into this apartment, a simple necessity that had served its purpose without incident until now. Over the following days, I found myself paying closer attention to the mirror's behavior. Each morning, I would approach with heightened awareness, noting the ambient temperature, the quality of light filtering through the frosted window, the subtle sounds of pipes settling within the walls. Most days passed without incident, but occasionally that same inexplicable coolness would emanate from the glass, lasting only moments before dissipating. I began documenting these occurrences in a small notebook I kept on the bathroom counter. The pattern seemed random at first, sometimes during morning routines, sometimes late evening preparations for bed. The temperature variations weren't dramatic enough to suggest any mechanical malfunction, yet they were consistent enough to rule out imagination. The first truly unsettling incident occurred while I was brushing my teeth. As foam gathered at the corners of my mouth, I noticed my reflection's movements seemed to lag slightly behind my own motions. The delay was minimal, perhaps a fraction of a second, but noticeable enough to make me pause mid-brush. I moved my free hand deliberately, watching the reflected image follow with that same subtle hesitation. When I stepped away from the mirror, the synchronization returned to normal. I mentioned this to my neighbor during a casual conversation in the hallway. She listened with polite interest, suggesting that old mirrors sometimes developed imperfections in their silvering that could create optical distortions. Her explanation seemed reasonable, though it didn't account for the temperature fluctuations or the intermittent nature of the delays. The following week brought more pronounced anomalies. While washing my face, I caught sight of movement in the mirror's background, a shadow that didn't correspond to anything in the actual room. When I turned to look directly behind me, nothing was there. The reflected space appeared identical to the real bathroom, yet something about the quality of light within the mirror seemed different, as if filtered through water or viewed through slightly tinted glass. I started taking photographs of the mirror from various angles, hoping to capture evidence evidence of these discrepancies. The camera revealed nothing unusual, showing only a standard reflection of the bathroom space. Yet, when I looked with my naked eyes, those subtle wrongnesses persisted shadows that fell at impossible angles, reflections of objects that seemed positioned differently than their actual counterparts. Sleep became increasingly elusive as my fascination with the mirror intensified. I would wake in the middle of rest periods, compelled to check the bathroom, to see if the anomalies manifested when the space was otherwise undisturbed. During these nocturnal visits, the mirror's surface would often appear foggy, despite the absence of steam or humidity. Writing would sometimes appear in the condensation, not words, but abstract patterns that resembled symbols, or perhaps letters, from an unfamiliar alphabet. I tried cleaning the mirror with various solutions, thinking that residue or film might be causing these visual distortions. No amount of polishing eliminated the phenomena. If anything, my attention to the mirror seemed to intensify its peculiar behavior. The temperature fluctuations became more frequent, the reflection delays more pronounced, the background shadows more defined. One evening, while preparing for bed, I noticed that my reflection was performing actions I wasn't making. As I reached for my toothbrush, the reflected figure continued combing its hair. When I stopped moving entirely, standing perfectly still, my reflection carried on with its routine, methodically completing tasks I had been about to perform. The disconnect lasted nearly a full minute before the reflection suddenly snapped back into synchronization. Mimicking my frozen posture with disturbing precision, I began avoiding the bathroom except when absolutely necessary. When I did enter, I kept my eyes averted from the mirror, focusing on specific tasks without looking up. But even without direct observation, I could feel the presence of that cold emanating from the glass, could sense movement in my peripheral vision that didn't match my own actions. The apartment itself began to feel different. Sounds carried strangely, as if the walls were subtly repositioning themselves when I wasn't looking. The floorboards creaked in patterns that seemed almost rhythmic, like footsteps following a deliberate path through rooms I wasn't occupying. I would hear water running in the bathroom when all faucets were turned off, hear the soft scrape of the medicine cabinet opening and closing during the quiet hours of night. I contacted the building superintendent to inquire about the apartment's history. He was reluctant to share details, mentioning only that the previous tenant had left suddenly, abandoning most of their belongings. When I pressed for more information, he became evasive, suggesting that some people simply weren't suited to living alone in older buildings with their inevitable quirks and settling sounds. Research into the building's records proved frustratingly incomplete. The property had changed hands multiple times, with several apartments experiencing unusually high tenant turnover. No specific incidents were documented, but the pattern suggested that residents rarely stayed for extended periods. Most lease terminations were listed as voluntary relocations, though the frequency seemed statistically improbable. The mirror's influence began extending beyond the bathroom. I would catch glimpses of that same delayed reflection in other surfaces, the dark screen of my television, the glass door of the oven, even puddles of water on the kitchen counter. Each reflected surface seemed to contain a version of myself that operated on a slightly different timeline, performing actions moments before or after I made them. Photographs of myself began developing with subtle inconsistencies. My reflected image in mirrors captured within the frames would show different expressions, different postures, different clothing than what I remembered wearing. Friends who visited commented that I looked tired, that something about my appearance seemed off, though they couldn't articulate exactly what they noticed. I installed a small camera in the bathroom, hoping to record the mirror's anomalous behavior during periods when I wasn't present. The footage revealed nothing unusual during playback, showing only an empty bathroom with normal lighting and shadows. Yet, when I reviewed the recordings while standing in front of the actual mirror, I could see discrepancies between the filmed space and the reflected reality surrounding me. The boundary between reflection and reality continued to blur. I would reach for objects and find them positioned differently than they appeared in mirrors. Books I placed on shelves would be rearranged when I looked at their reflections, though their actual positions remained unchanged. The reflected version of my apartment began to feel more familiar than the physical space I inhabited. During one particularly unsettling evening, I decided to confront the phenomenon directly. I positioned myself in front of the bathroom mirror and spoke aloud, asking direct questions about what was happening, what the mirror wanted, why my reflection had begun operating independently. glass remained cold against my fingertips, but for several moments, nothing else occurred. Then my reflection began to respond. Not with words, but with deliberate gestures pointing to specific areas of the bathroom, holding up fingers in what might have been numerical sequences, mouthing syllables I couldn't quite interpret. The reflected figure seemed to be trying to communicate something urgent, something that required my understanding and cooperation. I attempted to mirror these gestures, to engage in this strange form of dialogue. As our movements synchronized, the temperature in the room dropped dramatically. The mirror's surface began to ripple like water, the reflected image becoming increasingly distorted until it was barely recognizable as human. Through the warping glass, I could see what appeared to be a different bathroom, entirely similar in layout, but with subtle variations in tile patterns, fixture placements, and wall colors. The reflected figure stepped backward, moving deeper into this alternate bathroom space, beckoning for me to follow. The rational part of my mind understood the impossibility of what I was witnessing. Yet the compulsion to reach through the mirror's surface became overwhelming. The glass felt less solid now, more like a membrane that might be penetrated with sufficient pressure. As I pressed my palm against the rippling surface, the mirror began to give way. My hand passed through what should have been solid glass, entering a space that felt simultaneously familiar and utterly foreign. The reflected bathroom was warmer than my own, filled with scents I couldn't identify, not unpleasant, but distinctly different from any fragrance I'd encountered before. The figure in the mirror reached out to grasp my hand, its touch surprisingly warm despite the coldness that had been emanating from the glass. As our fingers made contact, I felt a rushing sensation, as if I were being pulled forward through the membrane between spaces. The last thing I saw clearly was my own bathroom behind me, growing smaller and more distant as I passed through the mirror's surface. I found myself standing in what appeared to be an identical bathroom, yet everything felt subtly wrong. The light fell at different angles. The sounds of the building carried different tones. Even the air tasted different on my tongue. When I turned to look back at the mirror I had just passed through, I saw my original bathroom on the other side, with a figure standing in front of the mirror, a figure that looked exactly like me, but whose movements I couldn't control. The other version of myself pressed its palm against the glass from the opposite side, mirroring the gesture I had just made. But now I was the reflection, trapped in this alternate space, while something else inhabited my original reality. I could see my apartment through the mirror, could watch this other version of myself exploring my belongings, reading my notes, living my life with subtle but undeniable differences in behavior and mannerism. Days passed, or what felt like days, in this reflected space. I discovered that the apartment I now occupied was nearly identical to my own, but with small variations that became more apparent over time. Books were arranged differently. Photographs showed unfamiliar faces. Personal items had been replaced with similar but not identical objects. The view from the windows showed the same street, but with buildings that didn't quite match my memories. I tried repeatedly to return through the bathroom mirror, but the glass remained solid and unresponsive. My reflection in this mirror showed the original bathroom, where the other version of myself continued to live my life. I could see it interacting with my neighbors, going about daily routines, but with subtle changes in personality that suggested it was not merely an exact duplicate. The notebooks I found in this alternate apartment contained my handwriting, but described experiences I didn't remember having. According to these records, I had been documenting similar mirror anomalies, but from the opposite perspective, watching someone else living a parallel life through the reflected surface. The entries grew increasingly desperate, describing failed attempts to communicate with or return to the original reality. I realized that I might not be the first to make this transition. The apartment's previous tenant, the one who had left suddenly according to the superintendent, might have been someone like me, someone who had passed through the mirror and left behind a reflection to take their place. The high tenant turnover in the building might represent a pattern of people discovering these dimensional doorways and either passing through them or fleeing from the implications. The other version of myself began to change, becoming more confident, more decisive than I had ever been. Through the mirror, I watched it rearrange my apartment, dispose of belongings it deemed unnecessary, establish new routines that were more efficient than my own had been. It seemed to be improving upon my life, becoming a better version of me, while I remained trapped in this parallel space. I started leaving messages on the mirror's surface, using soap or condensation to write words that might be visible from the other side. But the other version of myself either couldn't see these messages or chose to ignore them. It had fully assumed my identity, interacting with my world as if it had always belonged there. The boundaries between reflection and reality had collapsed entirely. I could no longer determine which space was original and which was the mirror image. Perhaps I had always been the reflection, and the other version was my true self finally claiming its rightful place. Perhaps we were both reflections of someone else entirely, trapped in an infinite regression of mirrored realities. The mirror continues to show me glimpses of my former life, but I can no longer be certain that what I'm seeing is real or simply another layer of reflection. Sometimes I catch sight of other figures in the background of the reflected space, previous tenants, perhaps, or other versions of myself from different dimensional layers. They move through the space with the same sense of displacement I now feel, searching for exits that may not exist. I remain in this reflected apartment, documenting my experiences in notebooks that may themselves be reflections of documentation written by someone else. The mirror on the bathroom wall shows me a world I can no longer touch, inhabited by a version of myself that has moved beyond my influence. Whether I am trapped or have been replaced, I cannot determine. The distinction has lost its meaning in this space between realities. The cold emanating from the mirror has become a constant presence, a reminder that the boundary I crossed was more than physical. It was fundamental to the nature of existence itself. I am no longer certain which side of the mirror represents truth and which represents illusion. Perhaps both are equally real, equally false, reflections in an infinite series of parallel possibilities. And sometimes, late at night, I see other mirrors beginning to ripple. Story 4. My fingertips lingered over the wallpaper, tracing its faded patterns, feeling the paper's dry resistance, yielding to a subtle warmth that pulsed beneath. Each stroke echoed a rhythmic hum, slightly offbeat, resonating within the walls and rising through my skin. I paused, uncertain, as the vibrations aligned with my heartbeat, a strange syncopation that resounded with a quiet urgency. A soft shiver curled up my spine, the vibrations whispering secrets beyond my comprehension. Each touch unraveling a sense of tethered reality. The house had been empty for months before I moved in, or so the landlord claimed. Yet something about this particular wall felt inhabited, alive in a way that made my breath catch. I pressed my palm flat against the surface, and the humming intensified, spreading through my bones like a gentle electric current. The wallpaper's floral design seemed to shift under my touch, petals appearing to breathe in my peripheral vision. I stepped back, rubbing my hands together to dispel the tingling sensation. The silence that followed felt heavier than before, as if the house were holding its breath. My footsteps creaked against the hardwood floor as I walked to the kitchen, but underneath that familiar sound, I could swear I heard something else. A whisper of movement, like fabric brushing against fabric, coming from somewhere within the walls themselves. The refrigerator hummed its normal tune, but when I opened it to retrieve a bottle of water, the light flickered with an unusual amber tint. I blinked, and it returned to its standard white glow. The water tasted metallic, leaving a strange aftertaste that lingered long after I'd swallowed. I set the bottle on the counter and noticed my reflection in the window above the sink appeared slightly delayed, as if the glass were showing me a moment from seconds before. That first night, I lay in bed listening to the house settle around me. Old houses make noise, I told myself. Pipes expand and contract. Wood shifts with temperature changes. But these sounds followed a pattern, a rhythm that seemed almost conversational. 3 soft taps, followed by a pause, then 2 more. The sequence repeated throughout the night, always coming from different locations within the walls. I began keeping a notebook by my bedside, documenting the sounds and their locations. The tapping moved clockwise around the house, starting from the living room wall where I'd first felt the vibrations, traveling through the kitchen, up to the bedroom, then down to the basement. Each complete circuit took exactly the same duration, though I couldn't measure it precisely without feeling like I was breaking some unspoken rule. During the day, the house felt normal. Sunlight streamed through the windows, dust motes danced in the air, and everything appeared exactly as it should. But as evening approached, the atmosphere would shift. Colors seemed more saturated. Shadows fell at impossible angles, and that metallic taste would return to my mouth without warning. I started recording the sounds on my phone, hoping to capture evidence of what I was experiencing. When I played back the recordings, they contained only silence. But if I held the phone close to my ear and concentrated, I could hear something underneath the quiet. Breathing, perhaps, or the sound of someone whispering words in a language I couldn't quite identify. The wallpaper in the living room began to fascinate me. I found myself drawn to it repeatedly throughout each day, running my fingers along its surface, feeling for that strange warmth and vibration. The pattern seemed to change depending on the light and my angle of approach. Sometimes the flowers appeared to be blooming, other times wilting. Occasionally, I thought I could see faces hidden within the design, watching me with eyes that followed my movements. I tried researching the house's history, but found surprisingly little information. The previous tenant had left suddenly, according to the landlord, but no details were provided about why. The house had been built decades ago, passed through several owners, but no records indicated anything unusual. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the first person to notice these peculiarities. The basement became particularly intriguing as my investigation deepened. The walls down there were bare concrete, but they exhibited the same subtle vibrations I'd felt upstairs. When I pressed my ear against them, I could hear what sounded like distant machinery, a low mechanical humming that seemed to come from deep underground. The sound was hypnotic, drawing me into longer periods of listening until I'd lose track of how long I'd been standing there. My sleep became increasingly fragmented. The tapping sounds grew more complex, evolving from simple patterns into elaborate compositions that seemed to respond to my presence. If I got up to investigate, they would stop immediately, but I could feel something waiting, watching, ready to resume once I returned to bed. My dreams filled with images of walls breathing, wallpaper peeling away to reveal pulsing organic surfaces underneath. The phone calls started on a particularly quiet evening. My landline would ring once, maybe twice, then stop. When I answered quickly enough, I heard only static, but within that white noise, voices seemed to be trying to communicate. They spoke in overlapping whispers, urgent but indistinct, as if calling from a great distance or through layers of interference. I began leaving recording devices throughout the house, hoping to capture something concrete. Each morning, I'd check them eagerly, but they contained only the sounds I'd made myself, walking around, breathing, occasionally talking to myself as I tried to rationalize what was happening. Yet, when I listened to my own recorded voice, it sounded different somehow, as if the house were changing the quality of sound itself. The wallpaper started peeling in small sections, revealing patches of wall underneath that appeared older than the rest of the house. The exposed areas felt different to the touch, smoother and warmer, almost skin-like in texture. I found myself touching these spots compulsively, unable to resist the strange comfort they provided. My fingertips would tingle for hours afterward, as if I'd touched something electrically charged. One evening, while examining a newly peeled section, I noticed something that made my breath catch. The wall underneath wasn't painted or papered like the others. Instead, it was covered in what looked like writing, scratched or carved into the surface in letters too small to read clearly. I brought a magnifying glass closer and realized the marks weren't random scratches, but actual words, written in a handwriting that seemed somehow familiar. The words were difficult to decipher, overlapping and intertwining like vines. Some appeared to be names, others looked like dates or measurements. But scattered throughout, I could make out phrases that sent chills through my chest. Can you hear me? The walls are listening. Don't let them know you know. The handwriting varied, as if multiple people had contributed to this hidden message, each adding their own desperate communication. I spent hours copying these inscriptions into my notebook, trying to understand their meaning. The more I transcribed, the more I realized that some of the handwriting looked remarkably similar to my own. Not identical, but close enough to make me question whether I might have written some of these messages myself during periods I couldn't remember. The house began responding more actively to my investigations. Lights would dim when I approached certain areas. The temperature would drop suddenly in rooms where I'd found new writing, and the humming in the walls grew louder whenever I tried to photograph the inscriptions. My camera would malfunction at crucial moments, producing images that were either completely black or showed rooms that looked subtly different from how they appeared to my eyes. The basement writing was the most extensive. Entire sections of wall were covered in layer upon layer of text, some scratched so deeply into the concrete that they must have taken enormous effort to create. The messages down there were more coherent, but also more disturbing. The house remembers everything. We're all still here. It's in the walls, in the air, in the water. Reading them made my head ache and my vision blur, as if the words themselves were somehow toxic. I started having conversations with the house, speaking aloud to the walls, asking questions, and waiting for responses. The tapping patterns became more elaborate, seeming to acknowledge my words. Sometimes I felt like I was on the verge of understanding, as if the house were trying to teach me a new language composed of vibrations and whispers. My reflection in mirrors and windows became increasingly unreliable. Sometimes I appeared slightly transparent. Other times I seemed to be standing in rooms I wasn't actually occupying. Once, I watched my reflection continue moving for several seconds after I'd stopped, as if it were operating independently of my actions. The final breakthrough came when I discovered that the wallpaper could be peeled away in much larger sections than I'd initially realized. Working carefully through one long evening, I managed to expose an entire wall in the living room. What I found underneath changed everything I thought I understood about my situation. The wall was covered in photographs, hundreds of them, overlapping and layered like the text I'd found elsewhere. But these weren't old photographs from previous residents. They were pictures of me, taken from inside the house, showing me going about my daily activities from angles that should have been impossible. Me sleeping, me cooking, me standing in front of this very wall, peeling away wallpaper. Some of the photographs showed me doing things I didn't remember doing, having conversations with people I couldn't see, writing in notebooks I didn't recognize. In several images, I appeared to be talking directly to the camera, my mouth open as if speaking, my eyes wide with an expression of desperate urgency. But the most disturbing photographs were the ones that seemed to show the future. Me standing in rooms I hadn't been to yet, wearing clothes I didn't own, my hair longer than it currently was. In these images, my face looked older, marked by an expression of profound exhaustion and something that might have been acceptance. As I stared at these impossible photographs, the house around me began to shift in ways that could no longer be dismissed or rationalized. The walls started breathing visibly, expanding and contracting like lungs. The humming grew so loud it became a roar, and the vibrations were so intense I could barely maintain my footing. The photographs began moving, the images shifting and changing like living things. I watched myself in picture after picture, trapped in an endless loop of discovery, always finding the same wall, always reacting with the same shock and disbelief. But in the most recent photographs, the ones showing the future, my face displayed no surprise at all. I reached out to touch one of the images, and my finger passed through it as if it were made of water. The photograph rippled outward from my touch, and suddenly hear my own voice, speaking words I hadn't yet said. I understand now. I'm not the first, and I won't be the last. The house doesn't trap us. We trap ourselves. We become part of its memory, part of its story. The walls around me pulsed with renewed energy, and I realized that every person who had lived here before me had gone through this same process of discovery. We had all found the writing, all peeled away the wallpaper, all stood in this same spot looking at photographs that shouldn't exist. And now, like them, I was becoming part of the house's collection, another layer in its infinite memory. I can feel myself changing, becoming less solid, more integrated with the structure around me. My handwriting is joining the messages in the walls. My voice is adding to the whispers in the static. My image is appearing in new photographs that future residents will discover. The house isn't malevolent. I understand now. It's simply remembering, collecting, preserving everyone who has ever tried to understand it. And I'm becoming part of that understanding, part of that memory, part of that endless story that continues to write itself in the spaces between the walls. Someone new will move in soon. I can feel them approaching, drawn by the same inexplicable attraction that brought me here. They'll notice the subtle vibrations, hear the gentle tapping, feel the strange warmth beneath their fingertips. And they'll begin the same journey of discovery that I'm now completing. I want to warn them, but I know I'll become part of what draws them deeper instead. My voice will join the whispers that guide them toward the wallpaper. My writing will appear among the messages they'll eventually find. My photograph will be among those that show them the truth they're not yet ready to understand. The house is patient. It has all the memory it needs. Story 5. I keep touching this wooden edge. The grain feels different each time, smoother or rougher, like it's changing under my fingertips. The clock stopped chiming, but something else started. A whisper maybe, or breathing that isn't mine. Entry fragment. The dust hasn't settled. It should have by now. Instead, it moves in perfect circles, each speck following the same invisible path. I tried to disturb them with my hand, but they reformed instantly. The pattern never breaks. Entry fragment. Found a word written on the window glass. Condensation spelled out listen, but I don't remember breathing on the window. The letters are too perfect, too deliberate. When I wiped them away, my palm came back dry. Entry fragment. The backward tick happened again. This time I was watching the pendulum when it swung the wrong way. Just once. The metal caught light that shouldn't exist because the sun already set. Or did it? The curtains still glow faintly. Entry fragment. I've been writing in this journal, but I don't remember starting it. The first pages are in my handwriting, describing things I never experienced. A room with blue wallpaper. A cat that watches from corners. I don't own a cat. Entry fragment. The word appears everywhere now. Listen in the steam on my bathroom mirror. Listen spelled out by fallen leaves on the porch. Listen traced in the dust I can never clean. Each time the letters are identical, as if written by the same invisible hand. Entry fragment. Something is wrong with the walls. They pulse slightly when I'm not looking directly at them. Peripheral vision catches the movement, but when I turn my head, everything stays still. The wallpaper pattern shifts between roses and thorns, and sometimes both at once. Entry fragment. I found more journal entries in my own handwriting. They describe conversations with someone who sits in the chair by the window. The chair is empty, but the cushion stays compressed, like weight that never lifts. I don't remember writing about any visitor. Entry fragment. The clock face shows numbers I don't recognize. Not foreign symbols, just numbers that feel wrong. When I blink, they return to normal, but the wrongness lingers. The pendulum swings backward more often now, catching light from sources I can't locate. Entry fragment. Listen appeared on my coffee cup this morning. Not printed or painted. The letters formed in the ceramic itself, as if they had always been there, and I was only now noticing. The coffee tasted like copper pennies and forgotten names. Entry fragment. The journal keeps filling itself. Pages I never wrote appear between entries I remember making. They describe my daily routine with disturbing accuracy. What I ate, what I wore, how many steps I took to the kitchen. Someone is watching. Someone is recording. Entry fragment. The dust motes spell words now. Listen floats in the air, each speck perfectly positioned. When I wave my hand through them, they scatter, but immediately reform. The message never changes. The command never stops. Entry fragment. I tried to leave the house, but the door won't open properly. It swings inward when it should swing out. The porch beyond looks like my living room. The same wallpaper, the same clock, the same chair with its permanent impression. There is no outside anymore. Entry fragment. Found a photograph tucked between journal pages. It shows me sitting in the chair by the window, but I'm not alone. Someone sits across from me, face obscured by shadow. We appear to be having a conversation. I don't remember taking this photograph. Entry fragment. The backward ticking is constant now. The pendulum swings in reverse while the hands move forward. Two different rhythms, two different directions. The sound splits my thoughts in half. Part of me writes these words, while part of me reads them for the first time. Entry fragment. Listen has become my name. It's written on mail that arrives without delivery. It's how the voice from the empty chair addresses me. It's carved into the wooden mantle where I first felt the changing grain. I'm starting to forget what I was called before. Entry fragment. The journal entries are appearing faster than I can read them. Pages flip by themselves, revealing conversations, observations, intimate details about a life I might have lived. The handwriting is mine, but the thoughts belong to someone else. Someone who knows me better than I know myself. Entry fragment. The room breathes around me. Walls expand and contract like lungs. The clock's backward ticking keeps rhythm with the inhalation. The dust motes rise and fall like sighs. I am inside something alive, something that has been waiting for me to listen. Entry fragment. I understand now. The word was never a command. It was an introduction. Listen is who I am becoming. Listen is who I have always been. The journal writes itself because listen knows what happened, what is happening, what will happen in the endless backward swing of the pendulum. Entry fragment. Listen, 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 the dust spells my name. And I spell the dust, and the clock ticks backward into the moment before I touched the wooden edge, before I noticed the pattern, before I became the whisper that writes these words that read themselves, that know the secret the walls have been keeping Listen Story 6. Each morning, I begin my day with the comforting ritual of reading the newspaper at the kitchen table. The routine is as predictable as the sunrise. A soft rustle as I unfold the pages, the gentle crinkle of paper as I smooth down the edges, the familiar aroma of brewed coffee filling the air. The chair creaks in a welcoming groan as I ease into it, and with the first sip of coffee, I dive into the day's headlines. Day after day, my fingers habitually dance over each page, flipping through the sections with a practiced rhythm. Today, however, as I reach for the next page, something hesitates. The paper does not yield to my touch. It's as though the fibers themselves resist the motion, holding fast as if embedded with an unspoken reluctance. I pause, unsure, my mind caught in the silence that follows. The usual whisper of pages in motion is conspicuously absent. I glance again, expecting to feel the familiar tug. Yet the pages lay still, unyielding, untouched by time. I press my fingertips more firmly against the edge, feeling the texture of the paper beneath my skin. It's different somehow, denser, as though the ink has seeped deeper than usual, saturating each fiber with weight I cannot name. The headlines blur slightly as I lean closer, the black letters seeming to pulse with their own quiet rhythm. My coffee grows cold in the cup beside me, the steam no longer rising in those delicate spirals I've grown to expect. The kitchen feels smaller this morning. The walls appear closer, though I know I haven't moved the table. Light filters through the window at an angle that seems wrong, casting shadows where shadows shouldn't fall. The refrigerator hums its familiar tune, but underneath that mechanical drone, there's something else. A whisper of sound that doesn't quite belong, like fabric brushing against fabric in an empty room. I try again to turn the page, and this time it gives way with a sound like a sigh. The next page reveals the same headlines I just read, printed in identical fonts, positioned in the same precise locations. My eyes scan the text, searching for some explanation, some small difference that might account for the repetition. But every word, every photograph, every advertisement matches perfectly with what came before. The coffee cup trembles slightly in my hand as I lift it to my lips. The liquid has taken on a metallic taste that wasn't there moments before, coating my tongue with something that reminds me of copper pennies left too long in the rain. I set the cup down carefully, watching as tiny ripples spread across the surface, though I'm certain my hand was steady. I flip backward through the pages I've already read, searching for some anchor point, some familiar landmark in this suddenly foreign territory of newsprint and ink. Each page reveals the same content, repeated with mechanical precision. The same photograph of a bridge under construction, appears 7 times. The same editorial about municipal planning occupies the same corner of the same page, over and over, like an echo trapped in paper and ink. My breathing has become shallow, though I'm not sure when that happened. The air in the kitchen feels thicker now, laden with scents that don't belong. Damp earth, old roses, something faintly chemical that makes my sinuses burn. The morning light has shifted again, or perhaps my perception of it has changed. Everything appears slightly overexposed, as though someone has adjusted the brightness on a photograph. I close the newspaper and reopen it from the beginning. The front page greets me with headlines I've never seen before, written in a typeface that seems familiar, yet somehow altered. The letters lean slightly to the right, as though pressed by an invisible wind. I read the lead story 3 times before realizing that while the words make grammatical sense, they convey no actual meaning. Sentences about whether patterns and municipal elections blend together into a linguistic soup that tastes of nothing and everything at once. The chair beneath me has begun to creak with a different rhythm, matching something I can't identify. My heartbeat, perhaps, or the subtle vibrations traveling through the floor from some unseen source. I place my palm flat against the table's surface and feel it humming, a low-frequency tremor that seems to emanate from the newspaper itself. A photograph on page 3 catches my attention. It shows a crowd of people gathered in what appears to be a town square, their faces turned upward towards something beyond the frame. Their expressions are uniform, identical smiles that don't quite reach their eyes. I count the faces once, twice, 3 times, and each count yields a different number. 7, then 12, then 3. The mathematics refuse to hold steady. I find myself tracing the outline of each face with my fingertip, feeling the slight raised texture of the printed ink. Under my touch, the faces seem to shift subtly, the smiles widening or narrowing by degrees, so small they might be imagined. But I am watching carefully now, and I see the changes. Minute alterations in the angle of an eyebrow, the curve of a lip, the direction of a gaze. The kitchen window rattles once, though there's no wind outside. The sound draws my attention away from the newspaper for just a moment, and when I look back, the photograph has changed. The crowd now faces in a different direction, their identical smiles now identical frowns. The same faces, arranged in the same positions, but transformed by some invisible puppeteer's hand. My coffee has gone completely cold, a thin film forming on its surface that catches the light like oil on water. I push the cup away and lean closer to the newspaper, studying each page with the intensity of a scholar deciphering ancient texts. Patterns begin to emerge from the chaos of repeated headlines and shifting photographs. Certain words appear more frequently than others. Beneath, waiting, familiar, home. They're scattered throughout different articles, different sections, but they pulse with significance I cannot decode. The air conditioning unit clicks on, though I don't remember setting it to run. The artificial breeze it creates ruffles the newspaper pages, but they don't flutter as paper should. Instead, they move with the fluid grace of something organic, something alive. I place both hands flat on the pages to hold them still, and through my palms, I feel that humming vibration growing stronger. A small advertisement in the classified section draws my eye. It's for a house described in terms that make no architectural sense. 7 rooms arranged in a perfect circle, each door opening onto the same hallway. Windows that face inward toward the center of everything. The phone number listed contains too many digits, and the address consists only of directions. Follow the sound of paper rustling until you reach the place where morning never ends. I read the advertisement again, and the words have changed. Now it describes a job opening for a position that doesn't exist, seeking individual to monitor the consistency of daily routines. Must be comfortable with repetition and possess strong attention to subtle variations in familiar patterns. Experience with newspapers preferred, but not required. My hands are trembling now, though I feel perfectly calm. It's as though my body has begun responding to signals my conscious mind hasn't yet received. The newspaper feels warm under my touch, warmer than it should be, as though it has been lying in direct sunlight for hours. But the kitchen remains dim, filled with that strange, overexposed light that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. I turn to the weather page and find a forecast that spans not days, but seasons. Morning will continue indefinitely, with a chance of recognition late in the never. Temperatures will remain constant at the exact degree of comfort, with humidity levels adjusted to match the reader's expectations. The meteorological map shows a single location, marked with a symbol. I don't recognize a circle within a square within a triangle, repeating inward like like a visual echo. The refrigerator's hum has synchronized with the vibration coming through the table, creating a harmony that seems to resonate in my bones. I close my eyes and listen to the layered sounds, the mechanical drone, the paper's subtle whisper, the creaking of the chair that now matches the rhythm of my breathing. When I open my eyes, the newspaper has rearranged itself. The pages are in a different order, though I'm certain I haven't touched them. A crossword puzzle on the back page contains clues that reference my morning routine with unsettling specificity. Daily ritual involving heated beverage and printed matter, 7 letters. Wooden furniture that voices complaint upon use, 5 letters. Liquid that changes flavor without warning, 6 letters. The grid itself is partially filled in, though I don't remember completing any of the answers. My own handwriting fills the squares, forming words I don't recall writing. The kitchen walls have definitely moved closer. I can reach out and touch the nearest one without fully extending my arm, though I measured this distance carefully when I first moved in. The wallpaper pattern has changed too, subtle shifts in the floral design that make my eyes water when I try to focus on them. The roses now face different directions, and their petals seem to flutter with the same organic movement I noticed in the newspaper pages. I fold the newspaper closed and set it aside, but it springs open again, pages fanning out like wings. The headlines rearrange themselves as I watch, letters sliding across the page like insects seeking new configurations. Words dissolve and reform. Morning continues, becomes continuing morning, becomes morning, 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 until the repetition loses all meaning and becomes pure sound. Standing up proves more difficult than expected. The chair clings to me with an almost magnetic pull, and when I finally break free, I can hear it settling back into position with what sounds distinctly like disappointment. My coffee cup has refilled itself, steam rising once again in those perfect spirals, though the liquid inside maintains that metallic taste that coats my teeth with copper and memory. I walk to the window and look outside, expecting to see the familiar view of the street, the neighboring houses, the oak tree that drops its leaves on my walkway. Instead, I see my own kitchen reflected back at me, complete with the table, the chair, the newspaper spread open to pages that flutter without wind. In that, reflected, kitchen sits a figure I recognize as myself, reading the same newspaper, lifting the same cup of coffee to lips that move in perfect synchronization with my own. The reflection waves at me, and I feel my hand rising to wave back, though I make no conscious decision to do so. We mirror each other's movements with mechanical precision. Two figures trapped in identical morning routines, separated by glass that might be a window or might be something else entirely. I turn away from the window, but the reflection continues to wave, its movements no longer matching mine. When I look back, it has returned to reading the newspaper, but the pages it turns are different from the ones spread on my table. I press my face against the glass, trying to read the headlines in that other kitchen, but the text blurs and shifts like smoke. The newspaper on my table has grown thicker while I wasn't watching. Pages have multiplied, sections have subdivided, and new categories have appeared. Recurring events, subtle changes, things that might be imagined. Each new section contains the same repeated content, variations on themes I'm beginning to recognize as the architecture of this endless morning. I sit back down, and the chair welcomes me with a creak that sounds almost grateful. My reflection in the window does the same, but a fraction of a second later, as though operating on a slight delay. The newspaper feels heavier now, dense, with accumulated repetitions and variations. I turn to a page I haven't seen before, though I'm certain I've read every section multiple times. This new page contains only a single paragraph, repeated in different fonts and sizes, until it fills the entire sheet. The morning continues, because the morning must continue. Each repetition adds weight to the pattern, and each pattern creates the foundation for the next repetition. The reader becomes the read, the observer becomes the observed, and the morning becomes eternal through the simple act of recognition. I read the paragraph again, and the words have changed while remaining exactly the same. The meaning shifts like light through water, clear and incomprehensible simultaneously. My reflection in the window is reading too, its lips moving in time with mine, though we're no longer looking at identical pages. The coffee tastes different with each sip, cycling through flavors I recognize but cannot name. Sometimes it's bitter, sometimes sweet, sometimes it tastes like the memory of coffee rather than coffee itself. The cup never empties, no matter how much I drink, and the liquid maintains its perfect temperature through some mechanism I cannot fathom. I am no longer certain how long I have been sitting here. the light outside has remained constant. That strange, overexposed quality that suggests morning without confirming it. My body feels simultaneously rested and tired, as though I have been sleeping and waking in alternating moments, each state lasting just long enough to be recognized before dissolving into the next. The newspaper has become a living thing, pages breathing with subtle rhythm, headlines pulsing with their own heartbeat. I am part of its circulation now, blood flowing through printed veins, thoughts becoming text, observations transforming into headlines that will be read by tomorrow's version of myself. I turn to the front page one final time and find my own story printed there, word for word, describing a morning routine that has become a prison of repetition and recognition. The byline reads, "Staff writer," but I know the words are mine, though I have no memory of writing them. My reflection in the window has begun reading the same story, and I realize we are caught in parallel loops, each of us the reader and the read, the observer and the observed. The morning continues because we continue it, and we continue it because the morning demands continuation. I fold the newspaper carefully, and somewhere in another kitchen, another version of myself does the same. The pages rustle with the sound of wings, and I understand that I have become part of the pattern now, woven into the fabric of this endless morning routine. The coffee cup sits empty and full simultaneously, waiting for tomorrow's first sip, which will also be today's first sip, which was also yesterday's first sip. The chair creaks its welcome, preparing for the next arrival, which will be my departure, which is also my return. I close my eyes and listen to the sound of pages turning in rooms I cannot see, read by readers I will never meet, who are all myself, who are all reading this same story, who are all discovering that the morning never ends because the morning never began. The newspaper lies open on the table, waiting for tomorrow's reader, who will be me, who will notice that the pages resist turning, who will taste copper in the coffee, who will see their reflection reading in a window that might be a mirror, who will become part of the story they are reading. And the morning continues. Story 7, The Uneven Pulse, **. It started with the slow, rhythmic tick and anchor in the fog of my mornings. The soft, metallic click of each passing second was a cherished constant, a companion in the mundane. But this morning, the clock murmured in uneven intervals, each tick lingering in a distorted echo. I reached out instinctively, fingertips brushing against its cool surface as I counted. 1, 2. And then a stutter, a syllable swallowed, leaving a gap that prickled my skin. With each cyclic refrain, the room seemed to lean, its edges softening, as if reality wavered with the clock's whisper. The air hummed with an unfamiliar cadence, an unsettling dance of time itself, and my sense of certainty washed away with each uneven pulse. My hand withdrew from the clock's surface, but the fingers didn't feel like mine. They moved with deliberate slowness, each joint articulating with mechanical precision. The skin appeared translucent in the morning light, veins mapping unfamiliar territories beneath the surface. I watched these fingers flex and curl, observing their movements as if studying a specimen through glass. The flesh felt dense, waterlogged, responding to commands issued from somewhere distant within my skull. My breath emerged in shallow, measured intervals, each exhalation creating small clouds in air that shouldn't have been cold. The moisture hung suspended, refusing to dissipate, forming tiny crystalline patterns that caught the light filtering through my bedroom window. I could hear the sound of my lungs expanding and contracting, the wet rustle of tissue and membrane working in rhythms that seemed slightly off-tempo, like an orchestra tuning instruments that would never quite harmonize. The room watched me with patient attention. As my unease deepened, the walls appeared to shift their color from cream to something more amber, more golden. Though the change was so gradual, I couldn't pinpoint the moment of transformation. The carpet beneath my feet rose and fell in gentle waves, responding to my footsteps with undulations that spread outward like ripples in thick liquid. The floorboards beneath groaned in harmonious chords, creating melodies that shouldn't exist in wood and nail. I moved toward the kitchen, each step creating those strange musical notes in the floor. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, walls breathing inward and outward with the rhythm of sleeping lungs. Pictures hung at angles that defied the level they'd maintained for years. Their subjects, family members, whose faces seemed increasingly unfamiliar watching, with eyes that tracked my movement across the frame. The coffee maker gurgled to life without my touch, steam rising in spirals that formed shapes I almost recognized. Faces, perhaps, or symbols from a language I'd never learned, but somehow understood. The liquid that emerged was darker than usual, thick with sediment that swirled in patterns too complex for simple physics. I lifted the cup with those strange, waterlogged fingers, feeling the ceramic's warmth penetrate skin that seemed too thick, too insensitive to temperature. As I sipped, memories that weren't mine began to surface like oil in water. A woman with silver hair standing in a garden I'd never visited, her mouth moving in words I couldn't hear, but somehow knew by heart. A child's laughter echoing through rooms with wallpaper I'd never seen, peeling at corners that revealed underneath layers of different patterns, different lives lived in the same space. The taste of birthday cake I'd never eaten, sweet with frosting, that dissolved on a tongue that felt increasingly foreign in my mouth. I set the cup down and reached for the notebook I kept beside the telephone, intending to record these strange intrusions. But as my hand touched the paper, I discovered pages already filled with my handwriting notes, describing exactly what I was experiencing, written in ink that was still wet. The words matched my thoughts with uncomfortable precision, as if I'd been writing them while thinking something else entirely. The telephone rang, its sound distorted into something resembling underwater bells. I lifted the receiver, but heard only the sound of my own breathing, amplified and echoing back through the line. The breathing continued even when I held my breath, suggesting another set of lungs somewhere in the network of wires and signals, someone else's respiratory rhythm synchronized with mine. My reflection caught my attention in the chrome surface of the refrigerator, but the image was warped, stretched into proportions that made my face unrecognizable. The eyes looked too large, too dark, set in a skull that seemed both too narrow and too wide simultaneously. I turned away quickly, but the afterimage lingered in my peripheral vision, that distorted face continuing to move independently of my actions. The house continued its subtle transformations around me. Door frames shifted their angles by degrees, creating parallelograms instead of rectangles. Windows showed views of landscapes that changed when I wasn't looking directly at them. Sometimes the familiar suburban street, sometimes rolling hills covered in vegetation I couldn't name, sometimes vast expanses of water reflecting skies the wrong color for the season. I found myself humming melodies I'd never heard, complex harmonies that my voice produced without conscious effort. The sound resonated through my chest cavity with vibrations that felt too deep, too resonant for my body to contain. My vocal cords stretched and contracted in ways that should have been uncomfortable, but instead felt like returning to a natural state I'd somehow forgotten. More memories surfaced, each one more vivid than my actual experiences. I remembered conversations in languages that flowed from my tongue like native speech, discussing topics I'd never studied with people whose faces became clearer than those of my actual family. I remembered living in houses with different architectures, sleeping in beds with different textures, waking to sunlight that fell at angles impossible for this latitude. The notebook filled itself with observations in handwriting that grew increasingly unfamiliar, though I could feel my hand forming each letter. The pen moved with certainty across pages that appeared faster than I could write, documenting experiences I was having while simultaneously having them. The words described sensations. I felt the moment before I felt them, creating a loop of prediction and experience that made causality meaningless. My skin began to feel loose, as if it were a garment I'd outgrown, or perhaps one that had never quite fit properly. When I pressed my palm against my forearm, the flesh shifted like thick liquid, taking longer than it should to return to its original shape. Veins rearranged themselves beneath the surface, creating new patterns of circulation that pulsed with unfamiliar rhythms. The electrical systems in the house responded to my emotional states with increasing sensitivity. Light bulbs dimmed when confusion overwhelmed me, brightened when moments of clarity emerged. The refrigerator's hum changed pitch based on my heart rate, creating harmonic progressions that shouldn't exist in mechanical systems. Power outlets sparked gently when I approached, not dangerous but acknowledging, as if greeting an old friend. I discovered recordings on devices I'd never used, voices that sounded like mine, but spoke words I didn't remember saying. The conversations were one-sided, responses to questions I couldn't hear, discussing events that felt familiar but had never happened. The voice on the recordings grew more confident with each entry, speaking with authority about subjects I'd never studied, using vocabulary that expanded beyond my education. The bathroom mirror became a source of increasing anxiety. Each glimpse showed subtle changes, eyes that reflected light differently, skin with textures that shifted like sand, expressions that lingered after my face had moved on to others. began avoiding reflective surfaces, but they multiplied throughout the house. Chrome fixtures, polished wood, even the surface of still water in glasses showed images that didn't quite match my movements. My handwriting in the notebook evolved with each entry, becoming more elaborate, more stylized, incorporating flourishes and letter formations I'd never learned. The content grew more sophisticated, discussing philosophical concepts and scientific theories beyond my understanding, yet written with complete confidence and accuracy. Cross-references appeared in margins, citing sources I'd never read but somehow knew intimately. The house's geometry continued its slow evolution. Rooms connected in new configurations, hallways leading to spaces that hadn't existed before. The basement stairs descended farther than they should, reaching levels that felt older than the foundation, with stone walls that predated the house's construction. The attic expanded upward, creating vertical space that shouldn't fit within the roof's dimensions. Food tasted different, carrying flavors I associated with meals I'd never eaten, but remembered with perfect clarity. Water from the tap had mineral content that suggested different sources, different underground rivers flowing beneath familiar foundations. The air itself carried sense of places I'd never visited. Ocean salt despite being hundreds of miles inland. Pine forests in suburban neighborhoods. Desert sage in temperate climates. My body moved with increasing fluidity, joints articulating in ways that felt more natural than my previous range of motion. My stride lengthened, my posture improved, my gestures became more expressive. These changes felt like corrections rather than alterations, as if I were finally inhabiting a form that had been waiting for proper occupancy. The notebook's pages filled with technical diagrams. I didn't remember drawing architectural plans for buildings. I'd never seen mathematical equations that solved problems I'd never considered. My hand moved across the paper with expert precision, creating detailed illustrations that required skills I'd never developed but somehow possessed. Finally, I approached the full-length mirror in the bedroom, the one I'd been avoiding as my reflection grew increasingly unfamiliar. The surface showed something that made my breath catch in my throat, not from fear, but from recognition. The face looking back belonged to someone I'd never been, but had always known I should become. The eyes held knowledge I was still acquiring. The expression carried confidence I was still developing. From that moment, everything shifted into proper alignment. My hands felt natural as they moved through space. My voice carried the right resonance when I spoke. My breath flowed with rhythms that finally matched my internal tempo. The house settled into its new configuration. Walls and floors accepting their adjusted angles. Windows framing views of landscapes that belonged in this reality. The notebook closed itself, its pages complete, its purpose fulfilled. Now I wake each morning to the sound of the clock, its rhythm steady and reliable, each tick falling at precisely the right interval. My fingertips brush against its cool surface as I count the familiar sequence. 1, 2, 3, each sound perfectly spaced, creating the anchor I need in these foggy mornings. The metallic clicks provide constant companionship in mundane routines that feel newly discovered, yet comfortably familiar. But this morning, something feels different about the rhythm. A slight irregularity creeping into the pattern. The room begins its gentle lean, edges softening with each uneven pulse, and I reach out to touch the clock's surface, ready to begin again. Story 8. In the dimming light of the room, I traced the delicate pattern of the Persian rug under my feet, one I had seen countless times before. Its intricate weave and vibrant colors were usually a comforting constant in the living room's fading afternoon sun. But as I settled into the armchair with my book, I noticed something peculiar. The familiar floral motif seemed just slightly misaligned, as if the blue and gold swirls had gently drifted from their usual anchoring points. I blinked, convinced it was merely a trick of the light, or my eyes fatigued from reading. Yet the sensation lingered, as if the floor itself had subtly shifted beneath the rug, altering the room's quiet equilibrium. I hesitated, casting quick glances around, half expecting everything else to remain stubbornly unchanged. Yet, this tiny shift created an unsettling dissonance, a disconnection from the room I thought I knew so well. Each second stretched longer than the last, as I tried to convince myself that nothing was amiss. The book in my hands felt heavier than before. Its leather binding, smooth and worn from countless readings, now seemed to pulse gently against my palms. I couldn't focus on the words anymore. They blurred together, swimming across the page like tiny black insects seeking shelter. The paper whispered differently when I turned each page, a softer sound, almost secretive, as if the book itself was trying to communicate something beyond its printed words. I set it aside and pressed my bare feet more firmly against the rug. The texture was wrong. Not obviously different, but subtly altered, like touching skin through a thin veil. The familiar roughness had been replaced by something smoother, more yielding. When I curled my toes into the fibers, they seemed to respond, shifting in ways that fabric shouldn't shift. The light continued to fade, but not in the natural way I was accustomed to. Instead of the gradual dimming that usually accompanied evening's approach, the shadows seemed to be creeping inward from the corners, moving with deliberate purpose. They pooled around the furniture legs, gathering like dark water, seeking its own level. I stood, needing to feel the solid reality of movement, of action. The floorboards beneath the rug creaked, but the sound was muffled, distant, as if it were coming from somewhere far below. I walked to the window, my footsteps creating small ripples in the rug's surface that shouldn't have been possible. Outside, everything appeared normal. The street stretched away in both directions, lined with familiar houses and their small, well-tended gardens. But when I pressed my face closer to the glass, my breath fogging the surface, I noticed that none of the windows in the other houses showed any light. Not the warm glow of lamps being switched on, not the blue flicker of screens, nothing. Just dark, empty rectangles staring back at me. The glass felt warm against my forehead, warmer than it should have been. I pulled away and saw that my breath had left no mark on its surface. I breathed on it again, deliberately, watching for the familiar cloud of condensation. Nothing appeared. The glass remained perfectly clear, as if my breath had no substance, no warmth, no presence at all. I turned back to the room, and the armchair where I had been sitting looked different. Not moved, not changed in any obvious way, but somehow more present, more aware. The fabric seemed to hold the impression of my body, even though I had only been sitting there for a few moments. The depression in the cushion was too deep, too perfectly formed, as if I had been there for much longer than I remembered. The silence in the house had changed too. It was no longer the comfortable quiet of a familiar space, but something denser, more watchful. I could hear my own breathing, my heartbeat, the soft whisper of my clothes moving against my skin. But underneath these sounds, there was something else, something so faint I couldn't be sure it was really there. A rhythm that didn't match my pulse, a breathing that wasn't quite synchronized with my own. I walked through the room, touching things, seeking reassurance in their solid reality. The lamp shade felt normal, the wooden table surface smooth and cool under my palm. But when I lifted my hand, I could swear I saw the faint outline of my fingers lingering on the wood for just a moment before fading away. The book I had abandoned called to me, its pages slightly ruffled as if stirred by a breeze that didn't exist in the still room. I picked it up again, and the words seemed clearer now, almost glowing on the page. But they weren't the words I remembered reading. The story had changed, or perhaps I was reading it differently, seeing meanings that hadn't been there before. Each sentence flowed into the next with hypnotic rhythm, and I found myself reading aloud, my voice barely above a whisper. The words felt strange in my mouth, familiar yet foreign, like speaking in a language I had once known but had forgotten. My voice seemed to be absorbed by the room itself, each syllable disappearing into the walls, the furniture, the shifting patterns of the rug. I closed the book and set it down, but when I looked at the cover, I couldn't remember what it was about. The title looked familiar, but the letters seemed to rearrange themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them, creating new words, new meanings. The shadows had grown deeper while I read, not the natural darkness of evening, but something more substantial, more alive. They moved independently of the fading light, flowing across the walls like slow water, pooling in corners and crevices I hadn't noticed before. The room was developing new geometry, new angles that hadn't existed when I first sat down. I tried to turn on the lamp, but my hand passed through the switch as if it were made of mist. I tried again, concentrating, willing my fingers to find purchase on the solid metal. This time it worked, but the light that filled the room was wrong. Too soft, too warm, casting shadows that fell in impossible directions. In this new light, I could see that the rug's pattern had continued to shift. The blue and gold swirls were moving very slowly, like oil on water. The floral motifs bloomed and faded in gentle cycles, creating new designs that seemed to respond to my gaze. When I looked directly at a section, it would freeze, but in my peripheral vision, I could see the constant, subtle movement. I knelt down and placed both hands flat on the rug's surface. The fibers were warm, almost body temperature, and I could feel a faint pulse running through them, like blood moving through veins. The pattern shifted under my palms, and I realized it wasn't just the design that was changing, but the rug itself was alive, breathing, responding to my touch. The realization should have frightened me, but instead, I felt a strange calm settling over me. This was simply how things were now, how they had perhaps always been, and I had just been too distracted to notice. The room wasn't changing around me. I was finally seeing it as it truly was. I sat back in the armchair, and it welcomed me with a warmth that felt almost like an embrace. The book fell open in my lap to a page I had never seen before, filled with words that seemed to be writing themselves as I watched. The story they told was about someone sitting in a room very much like this one, reading a book very much like this one, discovering that the world they thought they knew had always been something else entirely. Outside, the darkness was complete now, but it wasn't the absence of light. It was a presence, a living thing that pressed against the windows, patient and watchful. I understood that it had always been there, waiting for me to notice, waiting for me to accept what I was becoming. The Persian rug continued its slow dance beneath my feet, its patterns now flowing in perfect harmony with my heartbeat, with my breathing, with the rhythm of my thoughts. I was no longer separate from the room. I was part of its quiet transformation, part of its gentle, persistent change. I opened the book again and began to read, my voice joining the whispered chorus that filled the air around me. The words were my own now, and they would be there for the next person who sat in this chair, who noticed the subtle shift in the familiar pattern, who felt the first stirring of recognition that nothing was quite as it seemed. The room breathed around me, and I breathed with it, and we settled into our new existence together, patient and eternal, waiting for the next visitor to discover what we had become. Story 9. The Listening Drawer. I first noticed it at dusk, the drawer in the kitchen, small and unobtrusive, a humble part of the cabinetry. Its smooth metal handle gleamed under the soft overhead light, inviting a gentle tug whenever I passed by. Yet, no matter how carefully I pushed it back into place, it would slowly, almost imperceptibly, ease open again. The wood would creak softly, a sound like the whisper of old pages turning in a forgotten book, settling into a stillness that felt oddly expectant. Every evening, the air grew denser, saturated with a quiet anticipation, as if the drawer was waiting for something, or perhaps listening to something only could hear. My fingers feel wrong against the wood grain. The whorls and ridges beneath my fingertips seem too pronounced, too alive, as if each line were a tiny river carrying secrets I cannot decipher. When I breathe, the sound echoes strangely in my chest, a hollow resonance that doesn't match the rhythm I remember. My skin feels too tight, stretched over bones that might not be the right shape anymore. The sensation crawls along my arms like water moving upstream. The kitchen responds to these thoughts with subtle shifts. The overhead light dims slightly when discomfort blooms in my chest, brightening again when I force my attention elsewhere. The linoleum beneath my feet seems to ripple, just at the edges of my vision. Waves of pale yellow that shouldn't exist on a solid surface. The refrigerator hums in a different key than yesterday. Or perhaps my ears have changed their tuning. I push the drawer closed again. The metal handle is warm, warmer than metal should be in an unheated room. My reflection wavers across its surface, distorted and unfamiliar. The face looking back seems to belong to someone else, though I cannot bring myself to examine it closely. Instead, I focus on the sensation of my pulse against my wrist, counting the beats that feel increasingly foreign. Inside my skull, memories that aren't mine begin to surface. A woman's voice humming a lullaby I've never heard, yet I know every note. The taste of strawberry ice cream on a summer afternoon, though I've always preferred vanilla. The feeling of rain against skin that might not be my own, in a place I've never visited. These fragments float through my consciousness like debris in still water, each one carrying the weight of lived experience. The drawer slides open again with that familiar whisper. This time, I notice something I hadn't seen before: scratches on the inner wood. Tiny marks that form no pattern I can understand. My hand reaches toward them without my permission, fingers tracing lines that feel warm to the touch. The wood grain seems to pulse beneath my fingertips, matching a rhythm that might be my heartbeat, or might be something else entirely. The kitchen walls appear to breathe around me, expanding and contracting with movements so slight they might be imagination. The cabinets lean inward by degrees, creating shadows that pool in corners where shadows shouldn't gather. The air tastes metallic, like copper pennies dissolved on my tongue, and I swallow reflexively, the sound echoing too loudly in the growing silence. I find a notebook on the counter, though I don't remember placing it there. The pages are filled with handwriting that looks like mine but feels foreign. Notes about the drawer, observations about its behavior, sketches of the scratches inside. The ink is still wet on some pages, though I have no memory of writing these words. My name appears at the top of each page, but even that familiar signature seems to belong to someone else. The electrical hum in the walls grows louder, a steady pulse that matches the rhythm I feel under my skin. My reflection in the chrome surface of the refrigerator wavers like heat waves, the features shifting in ways that make my chest tight with recognition and revulsion. I turn away, but the image seems burned into my retinas. A face that's almost mine but wrong in fundamental ways. The drawer opens wider now, revealing its full depth. Inside, more scratches form patterns that hurt to look at directly. My fingers trace them again, and this time I feel electricity jump between my skin and the wood. The sensation travels up my arm, spreading through my nervous system like wildfire. My voice, when I try to speak, comes out as someone else's whisper, words in a language I don't recognize, but somehow understand. The memories intensify. A child's laughter in an empty house. The weight of keys in a pocket I've never owned. The sensation of tears on cheeks that feel too smooth, too unfamiliar. Each memory carries the full weight of experience, complete with emotional resonance that doesn't belong to me, yet feels more real than my own past. I write them down, but the handwriting changes as I work, becoming someone else's careful script. The kitchen transforms around me, walls sliding closer together or farther apart, depending on my breathing. The floor tilts at impossible angles that my feet somehow navigate without stumbling. Objects shift position when I'm not looking directly at them, the salt shaker migrating across the counter, the dish towel folding itself into new configurations. The drawer remains constant, the only fixed point in a room that refuses to hold its shape. My heartbeat pounds in my ears, but the rhythm is wrong, too fast and then too slow, syncopated like jazz music played by someone who's forgotten the melody. The sound of my own swallowing becomes deafening, each gulp echoing through my bones like stones dropped in a deep well. The electrical pulse under my skin grows stronger, creating a secondary nervous system that responds to stimuli I can't identify. I approach the bathroom mirror, drawn by a compulsion I can't resist. The reflection that looks back sends ice through my veins, not because of what I see, but because of what I don't see. face is wrong in ways that language cannot capture, familiar and alien simultaneously. My hand rises to touch the glass, and the reflection moves a fraction of a second too late, as if the image is traveling through thick water to reach the surface. The shock of non-recognition reverberates through my entire being. My voice, when I try to call out, emerges as a sound I've never made before. My hands feel foreign against my own skin, as if I'm wearing gloves made of someone else's flesh. The way I breathe changes, becoming shallow and rapid, then deep and slow, following patterns that belong to another person's lungs. Everything shifts after that moment. The texture of objects under my fingers feels different, rougher or smoother than before. The taste of water changes, becoming metallic and strange. The sound of my footsteps on the floor creates rhythms I don't recognize, as if I'm learning to walk with legs that have different proportions than the ones I remember. I return to the kitchen, but it's not the same room I left. The drawer sits open, waiting, its scratched interior gleaming with invitation. The notebook on the counter has filled itself with new entries, observations written in handwriting that's becoming more familiar even as it grows more foreign. The words describe sensations I haven't experienced yet, places I haven't visited, people I haven't met. The electrical hum in the walls matches the pulse under my skin perfectly now, creating a harmony that resonates in my bones. The kitchen breathes around me, walls expanding and contracting in rhythm with my altered heartbeat. The floor ripples like water, carrying me forward on waves I can't see, but can feel through the soles of my feet. My reflection in the refrigerator door has stabilized, showing a face that's beginning to feel more familiar than the one I remember. The features are settling into new configurations, expressions that belong to someone else's emotional vocabulary. I watch myself smile, but it's not my smile, it's someone else's expression of contentment, worn by features that are learning to be mine. The drawer calls to me with its patient whisper, the sound of wood settling into new shapes. My fingers trace the scratches inside one more time, and now I understand their meaning. They're a map, a guide, instructions written in a language older than words. The warmth beneath my fingertips spreads through my entire body, rewriting nerve pathways and cellular memory. I first noticed it at dusk, the drawer in the kitchen, small and unobtrusive, a humble part of the cabinetry. Its smooth metal handle gleams under the soft overhead light, inviting a gentle tug whenever I pass by. Yet, no matter how carefully I push it back into place, it slowly, almost imperceptibly, eases open again. The wood creaks softly, a sound like the whisper of old pages turning in a forgotten book, settling into a stillness that feels oddly expectant. Every evening, the air grows denser, saturated with a quiet anticipation, as if the drawer is waiting for something, or perhaps listening to something only it can hear. But now the voice telling this story belongs to someone else, someone who has learned to inhabit this space, to breathe with these lungs, to see through these eyes. The drawer opens and closes with the same patient rhythm, waiting for the next consciousness to discover its invitation, to trace the scratches that serve as both map and transformation. The kitchen settles into expectant silence, ready to begin the process again. Story 10. The gentle rustle of leaves against the window glass hinted at the night settling in, brushing the room with a whisper of autumn. The air smelled faintly of the pine incense I had lit earlier, though the pine forests were miles away. As I stepped onto the creaking staircase, something peculiar caught my eye, a soft, inexplicable incline that defied its usual descent. Each step stretched longer than the last, stretching into a horizon I didn't recognize, leaving me with a twinge of anticipation, tinged with a shadow of dread. I paused, my hand gripping the banister. The wood felt smooth under my palm, worn by countless touches. Yet when I looked down, my fingers rested on rough, splintered grain that seemed to pulse with warmth. The contradiction made my stomach flutter, like standing at the edge of a cliff while knowing I was safely indoors. My coffee mug sat on the kitchen counter where I had left it. Steam still rose from the dark surface, curling in lazy spirals toward the ceiling. I remembered finishing the last sip before climbing the stairs. The ceramic was cold against my lips as I drank, tasting the bitter dregs of something I had already consumed. The refrigerator hummed from behind me, though I faced it directly. Its white surface reflected my silhouette, but the reflection moved a heartbeat after I did, like an echo made visible. I opened the door and found the milk carton exactly where I expected it to be, though I distinctly recalled placing it on the top shelf. My hand reached for the middle shelf instead, finding the familiar weight of the container. Walking back to the living room, I noticed the carpet beneath my bare feet. The fibers tickled my toes with each step, soft and plush. But the hardwood floor felt cold and unforgiving, sending small shocks up through my bones. Both sensations existed simultaneously, neither more real than the other. I settled into my reading chair, the leather creaking in welcome. The book lay open on the side table, its pages marked with a ribbon bookmark at chapter 7. I had been reading about a character who couldn't remember their own face. The words swam before my eyes, rearranging themselves into different sentences that told the same story with subtle variations. The protagonist stared into a mirror, seeing nothing but shadow. No, that wasn't right. The protagonist stared into a window, seeing their reflection overlaid with something else. Both versions felt equally true, equally false. My phone buzzed against the wooden surface. The screen showed a message from someone whose name I couldn't quite focus on. The words blurred and shifted. Are you feeling all right, then? Have you been sleeping well, finally? Do you remember who you are? I typed back, I'm fine. But my thumbs moved across the screen spelling. Something is wrong. Both messages appeared in the conversation thread, existing in parallel lines of reality. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, its hands pointing to numbers that seemed to change when I wasn't looking directly at them. The sound came from my left, though the clock hung on my right. Each tick echoed twice, creating a rhythm that made my pulse synchronize to its irregular beat. I decided to write things down, to anchor myself to something concrete. The pen felt heavy in my grip, its ink flowing smoothly across the paper. But the words that appeared weren't the ones I intended to write. Instead of "the house feels different," the page showed. The house remembers differently. My handwriting looked foreign, as if someone else had guided my fingers. The letters slanted at an angle I didn't recognize, forming loops and curves that belonged to another person entirely. Yet I watched myself write each word, felt the pressure of the pen against paper, controlled every stroke. I tried again. This time I concentrated on writing my own name, something fundamental and unchangeable. But as the letters took shape, they spelled out symbols I had never seen before. The meaning remained clear in my mind. This was who I was, but the visual representation had transformed into something alien. The The scent of pine incense still lingered in the air, mixing now with the smell of burning paper. I looked around for the source, but found nothing smoldering. The fragrance intensified, becoming almost overwhelming, though the room remained damp and cool like a basement after rain. Standing up from the chair proved more difficult than expected. My body moved with a slight delay, as if the command from my brain had to travel through thick syrup before reaching my limbs. I watched my hand reach for the doorknob, saw it turn the handle, felt the cool metal against my palm, all happening in sequence rather than simultaneously. In the hallway mirror, my reflection met my gaze. But the person looking back had features I didn't quite recognize. The eyes were the right color, but set at a different angle. The mouth curved in an expression I wasn't making. When I raised my hand to wave, the reflection raised its hand too, but the gesture felt like a mockery rather than a true mirror image. I spoke aloud to test my voice. "This isn't right." The words came out clearly, but they sounded like someone else speaking from inside my throat. The tone was mine, the inflection familiar, yet the voice belonged to a stranger who had learned to imitate me perfectly. The house around me remained exactly as it should be. Every piece of furniture occupied its proper place. Every photograph hung at the correct angle. Every book stood in its designated spot on the shelves. But the arrangement felt like a careful reconstruction rather than the natural accumulation of a life lived. I walked to the window where the leaves continued their gentle rustling. Outside, the familiar street stretched in both directions, lined with houses I had seen countless times before. But the proportions seemed slightly off, as if someone had recreated the view from memory rather than direct observation. The streetlight cast shadows that fell upward instead of down, defying physics while looking perfectly normal. The sensation of déjà vu washed over me in waves. I had stood at this window before, thinking these exact thoughts. But I had also stood here thinking completely different thoughts that felt equally true. Multiple versions of this moment layered on top of each other, creating a thickness to reality that made my head swim. I retreated to the kitchen, seeking the comfort of routine. The act of making tea would ground me, give me something concrete to focus on. I filled the kettle with water, set it on the stove, turned the flame to high. The blue fire danced beneath the metal, casting casting familiar shadows on the wall, but I was also standing in the living room, watching myself through the doorway. This observer me noticed details the participant me missed. How my movements were slightly too precise. How I reached for things before looking at them. How I seemed to be following a script rather than acting spontaneously. The kettle began to whistle, its sharp note cutting through the layered reality. I poured the hot water over the tea bag, watching the liquid darken to a rich amber. The steam rose in patterns that reminded me of the incense smoke, creating shapes that almost formed letters before dissolving into randomness. As I lifted the cup to my lips, I realized I was no longer certain whose hands held it. The fingers looked like mine, felt like mine, responded to my mental commands. But they also felt foreign, as if I was wearing gloves made of someone else's skin. The tea tasted of pine and burning paper, and something metallic that might have been fear. I set the cup down, and it made no sound against the counter. The silence felt wrong, incomplete. So I set it down again, and this time it clinked against the ceramic surface with satisfying normalcy. Both actions happened. Both were real. Both existed in the space where my memory would store them. The phone rang from the living room. No, it buzzed. No, it remained silent on the side table where I had left it. All three states existed until I walked over to check, collapsing the possibilities into a single reality. The phone lay dark and quiet, its screen reflecting my face back at me. But the reflection in the phone's screen showed me sitting in the chair, reading a book about someone who couldn't remember their own face. I watched myself turn a page, saw my lips move slightly as I read silently. The person in the reflection looked peaceful, unaware of being observed. I am sitting in the chair. I am standing by the phone. Both statements feel equally true. The contradiction doesn't create confusion anymore. It simply exists as another fact about this new version of reality, where logic bends without breaking. The house settles around me with small creaks and sighs. These sounds come from all directions at once, as if the building is breathing. The walls expand and contract slightly, not enough to see, but enough to feel in my bones. This rhythm matches my heartbeat, or perhaps my heartbeat has synchronized to match it. I try once more to write something down, to create evidence of what I'm experiencing. The pen moves across the paper, but the words that appear are not mine. The transition is nearly complete. The original consciousness has been successfully integrated. Memory patterns are stabilizing in the new configuration. My hand wrote those words. I felt each letter form under the pen tip, but I had no intention of writing them, no knowledge of what they meant. Yet they felt true in a way that made my chest tighten with recognition. Looking around the room, everything appears normal. The furniture sits in its proper places. The lighting casts appropriate shadows. The air smells of pine incense, though I cannot remember lighting any. The atmosphere holds the comfortable familiarity of home, of safety, of belonging. I am fine. I have always been fine. The house is exactly as it should be. My routine continues without disruption. The tea tastes normal. The book waits patiently for me to continue reading about the character who learned to accept their new reflection. Walking to the mirror, I see my face looking back. The features are arranged correctly. The expression appears calm and content. When I smile, the reflection smiles in perfect synchronization. Everything functions as expected. I return to my chair and pick up the book. The story continues from where I left off, though I cannot recall the previous chapters clearly. This doesn't concern me. Memory sometimes plays tricks. The important thing is that I am here now, reading about someone who discovered that identity is more fluid than previously believed. The words on the page make perfect sense. The character accepts their situation with grace and understanding. They realize that fighting against change only creates unnecessary suffering. Adaptation is natural. Evolution is inevitable. Resistance is futile. I close the book and place it on the side table. The bookmark saves my place at chapter 7, though I feel certain I had progressed much further. Details like this seem less important now. What matters is the peaceful resolution, the acceptance of new circumstances, the successful integration of all conflicting elements. Standing up from the chair requires no effort. My body moves smoothly, efficiently, without the strange delays I thought I remembered experiencing. Memory can be unreliable. The present moment is all that truly exists, and in this moment, everything functions perfectly. The house around me feels completely normal. Every object occupies its designated position. Every sound occurs at the appropriate volume and location. Every scent corresponds to its logical source. The harmony is complete, undisturbed by any trace of the confusion that may or may not have existed previously. I am exactly where I belong, exactly who I am meant to be. The transition has been completed successfully. All systems are functioning within normal parameters. The integration process has achieved optimal results. This is my house. This is my life. This is my voice telling this story. Everything is as it should be.